Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another session of Murph Plays The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild for Nintendo Switch. I am Murph Strange. This is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, obviously for the Nintendo Switch. Today, we're getting a jump on things rather early. But for good reason. I wanted to get on this because we don't have very many seeds left to find. We are 230 away from being done. We are also, well, actually, I gotta double check that number on the taluses. We might actually be like 23 of 40 or something. So let us advance the time to nighttime and go talk to Kilton. And yes, we have some new counters on the screen. Also, I changed up the font for the death counter so it's readable. But we have about 100-ish, like a little less than 100 seeds marked out on the map. We have our tab open to the guide. We're using IGN's Breath of the Wild wiki. So if you're wondering how I know where all these things are located, I'm looking it up. I'm not memorizing the locations of things. What are you, crazy? I am going to stand on the shoulders of giants and let them do the hard work for me. Because, you know, that's what smart people do. Currently, we're sitting at about, 80% for our in-game completion figures. But for the purposes of this guide, our 100% will be reached when we have reached 900 Korok seeds and we have completed the taluses and received the medal from Kilton. Which I think will also put our map at 100%. I think. I guess we'll find out for sure. But anyway, I have decided to start tracking some stats while I play. Started as kind of just a funny little aside. I should track the number of deaths while I play Metroid. Which, you know, yeah, I mean, I die a lot in that game. But if I'm going to track deaths, why not actually track some useful figures, like how many Korok seeds we have left? How many stone taluses we have left? 31 out of 40. I was close. I was actually closer than I thought. Okay. Now, let's see if we have those all marked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It appears we have all 9 of them marked, and I'm pretty sure I didn't fight these 9. If any of them come up with defeated next to their health bar, we'll know we're missing one. Hopefully, we're not missing any. Alright. It's time for us to get down into the Clader region, where we have some stuff. And yes, we are starting early, but that's because I am trying to distract myself from a couple of things. One, today's the day that things arrive. Oh, I have been playing too much Xbox lately. I have forgotten the layout of things. There we go. Oh, sorry. Today's the day things arrive. Regular viewers of my channel might know what I'm talking about, but I have been trying to reassemble my collection of old game consoles. And currently I am working on a Nintendo 64 system. It's a Nintendo 64 with the expansion pack, 4 controllers, 4 rumble packs. And as far as games go, obviously Smash Brothers, duh. I mean, you got 4 controllers, you got 4 rumble packs, you definitely want Smash Brothers, right? But also, I'm a huge Zelda fan, so I gotta get the gold cartridges for Legend of Zelda and Majora's Mask. Which I have ordered. They are arriving tomorrow. But the expansion pack and the last 2 rumble packs that I'm waiting on. Oh, so close. So close. Okay, let's try this again. Now, the only thing I need is 3 friends. Aww. Okay. Okay. We got one more try to get this right. One more try. Okay. Well, that didn't work. So let's see if we can pop one of these into there. But anyway. Like, the only thing I'm disappointed about is the controllers are not official Nintendo. They're aftermarket. Because getting your hands on an original Nintendo 64 controller these days, it's a little more complicated. One, you're gonna pay pretty decently through the nose for one. And there's a real good chance it's going to be beat up, worn out, and just not good. So, to ensure quality, at least to a point of playability, I bought, you know, third-party controllers. Decently rated enough, you know, and they have arrived. They look good. They, you know, feel good. They don't feel ridiculously cheap. No cheaper than I would have expected anyway. So while the controllers, 3 of 4, I did get one actual Nintendo brand controller with the system when I bought it. But 3 out of 4 are going to be, you know, aftermarket. But, you know, I got the ones I wanted. You know, I got a red one, I got a blue one, I got a black one. The regular one is gray. Like the actual brand name one is gray. And the brand name one, it's got some signs of wear and tear on it, but it's not, doesn't look overly abused. So, you know, it's not like whoever's playing with that one is getting the crappy controller. They're actually getting, you know, they're getting the good controller without even realizing it. Or at least as good as the aftermarket ones. The rumble packs have shown up looking pretty good. Like, I was expecting those to show up, you know, beat up, worn out, battery compartments full of corrosion and whatnot. You know, real restoration project type stuff, you know? But no, they've come out of the packaging looking brand new, which is cool. Does make me suspect, though, they might be forgeries, because there's been a lot of that. In fact, I recently went through my Game Boy collection, and I found out 2 of the Game Boy Advance games that I have are actually fake. Yeah, I was rather surprised by this. Okay, we're gonna need to go friggin' way faster if we're gonna make that. I wonder if this is something we can snowboard down. But yeah, and these weren't games that I had bought online or anything. I picked these ones up at a game store, secondhand game store. I bought them ages ago. So, like, I'm not sure which store, but I know I didn't buy them online. And, yeah, it's really disappointing to find that they were not legit. The thing that first tipped me off was, one of them wasn't fitting into the Game Boy Advance properly. You know, it stuck out just a little ways. You know, almost like there was a manufacturing defect or something. Alright, let me see if I can remember how to do the... Come on. Move, Link. Yeah, nope, that wasn't fast enough. Closer, though. Closer. The snowboarding is the right idea. We just gotta, we gotta pick our path better. That's the problem. We dropped off that cliff and we went the wrong way. Because we should follow this hill. Bit of a curve there. But yeah, so a little disappointing to find out, you know, one of my games was, you know, two of them actually, were fake. I mean, I'm not super upset by this because they are just, Super Mario World and Super Mario Brothers 3. So basically the Super Mario Advance, what is it, 2 and 4? So they themselves were, you know, remakes for the Game Boy Advance of classic games that I can play elsewhere anyway. Both of them currently being available on the Switch Virtual Console service. Okay, we want to go this way. Oh, I missed! I missed! Oh, but I made it. I only just missed. Midnight Rose, well, welcome to the chat. We're just doing a little Korok seed hunting and probably tracking down the last of the stone taluses today. I was very close. I almost made that one. Would have had time if I had actually just stopped and, like, stepped over to it, but I just blew past it. So we'll try that one again. But anyway, I was just rambling about how I was going through my Game Boy game collection yesterday and discovered that I had a couple of forgeries in there. And I suspect some of my latest acquisitions for my Nintendo 64 may in fact be forgeries. Like the Rumble Packs. Just because they look a little too new, you know? But, I'm just hoping when everything arrives, it all works. Which system were the forgeries found for? Game Boy Advance. The system I'm currently putting together, though, is a Nintendo 64. And the system we're currently playing on is the Nintendo Switch. So, I'm a huge Nintendo fan if you haven't figured it out. But yeah. One of the problems I've been running into with, sled, there we go, is when you're looking for things for, like, the Nintendo 64 on Amazon, or even Walmart, ordering online, you gotta be careful because a lot of the time, yeah, we got it, you're running into, replications, you know? And, like, most of the time I don't really worry too much about that stuff so long as it's working when it arrives, but for some stuff, I do want legit copies of stuff. Like, Zelda games, you know? I don't want to buy a Zelda cartridge for Nintendo 64 only to find out that, you know, I paid, you know, $100 for a gold cartridge Ocarina of Time only to find out that it was fake, you know? And not even a good fake, just a bad fake, but gotta be careful about that kind of stuff, because that's been a real problem lately. All my pins are being used for marking out Korok seed locations. So, we are just going to follow the coast. But I am excited because today, my expansion pack shows up, and that is a legit, Nintendo manufactured expansion pack, as I understand it. We'll have to see what actually shows up today. I'm hoping it's a legit and not a knockoff. I'll be so disappointed if it's a knockoff. I'll be even more disappointed if it doesn't work. Because I've got Majora's Mask showing up tomorrow, and I'm gonna want to be able to play it. I mean, sure, I could just play it on the, you know, on the Switch with their service, but like, this is for collector purposes, you know? Ooh, that's a good get. I've got that myself. There are some differences, though, between that and the 64 release. Subtle differences. They made some changes to a couple of the game mechanics. One of the boss fights is a bit different. The graphics are a little improved on the 3DS, which is cool. Especially considering, hey, it's 3D. But, yeah, I've got that, and, oh, I am quite fond of that game. Do we want to do this one first, or do we want to head over here? Yeah, we'll grab this one first, and then we'll head over there. It's going to be a bit of a climb. But, I used to own a Nintendo 64 about 20 years ago. Made the mistake of getting rid of it. But, you know, it was one of those, you know, I'm out on my own for, you know, first few years, trying to make ends meet on my own, not wanting to rely on my parents, that kind of thing. And that's the stage of your life where you're pawning stuff in order to make rent sometimes, because, you know, you didn't exactly plan properly and your job is minimum wage at best. So. Oh, you used to have a Game Boy Color? That is probably one of the few systems I missed out on, was the Game Boy Color. I had an original Game Boy, and I got so much use out of that. But then I skipped handhelds almost entirely for like a good decade, and then I went to Game Boy Advance, and that's when I really got into collecting the Game Boy Color cartridges, because I do have the Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, and I do have Link's Awakening DX with all the extra like color features and the, you know, little get pictures of things side quests. Don't have a whole lot of other Game Boy Color titles. I did have Deja Vu 1 and 2 though. The case books of Ace Harding. But I loved those point and click adventures from like way back when, and it was a little re-release of that. I thought that was kind of cool. Alright, I think we've driven him off plenty. Boy, I am running into all kinds of lizards up here. Ooh, corroded circuit boards. Those are the worst. Especially since you can't even, like, recoup, like, from it. You'd either have to have it professionally cleaned and hope that nothing was seriously damaged, or you just chuck it. Like, there's no middle ground there. And to have it professionally restored and cleaned up, you know, like, it could be expensive. And depending upon the extent of the corrosion, like, there might not be any saving it, in which case you spent all the money to have it hopefully salvaged for nothing. Yeah, exactly. Like it can get to the point where it wouldn't even be worth saving, so. Whoop. That button. I have been playing way too much Xbox lately. I have got my controls backwards. Okay, we want to go southeast-ish. There we go. Now we're going a little too south. We want to go southeast. Oh, target practice, huh? So at least one more. But where? Ah! It's going the other way. I did delete those, right? Yes. Okay. We're good. Oop, diving ring. I still have to pick myself up an original Nintendo. A Super Nintendo. The NES Mini Classic and the Super Nintendo Classic. But those are getting kind of hard to find. Yes, I do live in the States. Minnesota, to be exact. It's frickin' freezing here. This one I've already beaten. Oh yeah, I've already beaten you. Ah, flower. There we go. But yeah, I kind of live out in the middle of nowhere. It's very cold. Ohio's reaching record lows soon. Yeah, I heard, like the Northeast is getting frozen up, and Texas is also getting hit pretty bad. They're seeing more power grid failures this year again. I don't know what it is about winter this year, but man, it is being brutal. It is being brutal. Minnesota's pretty used to it, but even for us, like the cold has been extra cold. So, I don't know. It's weird weather. Weird weather. I wonder if it'll be easier to just head up here and then travel down. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, we've had we've had more than two cancellations so far just for cold wind. Um, Earlier this week, I kept my son home because, like, we live a couple blocks away from his school. It's usually a 10-minute walk to get him to school every morning. But it was actually so cold that I had to make the call and be like, yeah, I'm sorry, we can't even, like, we're not going to be able to make it in because it's just, no, it's too cold. We'll have frostbite by the time we get there. And, like, they had been talking about the possibility of closing school for the day. But they had already closed school for several snow days already. So every day that they close school from here on out is basically another day into summer that they have to add to the school year because they'll have to make it up. I don't think I've read Pura's diary yet. Yeah, no, we haven't explored up here yet. I'm not actually going to sit and read all of this. I'm just going to go through all the pages. I don't think this one actually changes the dialogue for any of the characters or anything after you read it. I think this is just one of those that it's a fun little thing to find. Kind of long, though. This must be explaining how she, yeah, this is just explaining how she looks like a child. Okay, we're done. We've read it all. Anything interesting in here? Other than the book? No. Oh, 30-minute bus ride? Yeah, I've had that before. When I was a kid, that was pretty standard for every place I lived at. What was worse is it was honestly just a 10-minute drive. But like both my parents worked, so they weren't around to drive us to school, so we'd have to wait for the bus. And the bus would pick us up first and drop us off last, which was really, really annoying because it made our bus ride super, super dang long. And it was so frustrating. I don't miss it. I absolutely do not miss riding the bus. My son got lucky, though, when he had to ride the bus. His bus would pick him up last and go immediately from our house to the school. So, he got lucky. We moved last summer, though, so now we're only just a 10-minute walk away from the school he attends now. which is, oddly enough, the same school I went to growing up. Okay, another chase the flowers. Okay. Oh, we're gonna go out on the rocks. Alright. Of course, it's gotta be raining, too, so that's gonna make that fun. There we go. Now, I hope I'm keeping up on my counts here. Gotta manually update the counts. Alright, where was our next one? Up the coast a ways to the west. Okay. But yeah, I'm not sure what other games I want to pick up for the Nintendo 64. I'll probably want to pick up GoldenEye. Gotta go make breakfast. Will you enjoy? Thanks for stopping in. I mean, feel free to swing back. I'll be here for another few hours, I'm sure. Otherwise, we're doing this every week, Fridays, until we finish collecting all the seeds, which might only be another couple of sessions. But I'm playing other games during the week, as well as, you know, doing a podcast every Tuesday and a coding session every Wednesday. So, stop in for whatever content you enjoy. Yeah, thank you. You have a great morning. Oh, I hope this rain doesn't keep up. Looks like it's gonna, though. Okay, looks like it's gonna be a throw rocks into the ring. Alright, let's see. Dragon Bone Bow. Do I have a picture of that? I don't have a picture of that. Let's grab a picture. It's amazing what I have not gotten pictures of. Okay, so we're gonna want to do that. 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 Okay. Looks like they give us plenty of chances. Hopefully we won't need all of them. Doesn't sound like that one made it. Where are they landing? Can I tell? Really? There we go. That did it. Okay, yes, I am keeping up on the counts. Good. Okay, now we just gotta paddle down the shore to this one. And I think we'll pop over and get that one. But yeah, I gotta figure out what other games I want for the Nintendo 64 because, I mean, I have already ordered Smash Brothers, Ocarina of Time, gold cartridge, obviously, Majora's Mask with the 3D holographic label. My retro game supplier actually had one of those available, so I picked that up. I'm just hoping they're all legit copies. Like, they're supposed to be. And for as much as I paid for them, they better be legit originals. But, I'm picking up the Castlevania, titles. Which are particularly cool because, every collection so far of Castlevania games being released has been, has excluded those. And they haven't been re-released that I know of anywhere. So, like, not on the PlayStation Store, not on the Nintendo eShop or anything. The only place to play them legit is still on a Nintendo 64. And I'm a Castlevania fan. I have been a Castlevania fanboy since, forever. First game. I love the monster aspect of it, You're a vampire slayer, and you're traveling through this world on the way to defeat Dracula, the ultimate baddie. And along the way, you're fighting all kinds of different monsters. It's a lot of fun. I mean, since that first game, they've introduced quite a bit of lore. They've built up this whole impressive story around it, and like even the anime wasn't that bad, you know. If you watch the anime on Netflix, it's not that bad. It's really not. Grab the wall link. There you go. Yep. Wrong button. This button. It's not raining. Why are you sliding, dude? Come on now. What is your issue? There we go. Alright, let's try to grab these. See, now it's raining. But yeah, I gotta figure out what other titles I want to get for the Nintendo 64. At some point, I'll probably want to pick up Super Mario 64. Because, I mean, obviously, it's a classic. I do have it, though, 2 copies of it for the Nintendo Switch, because I bought the 35th anniversary, Super Mario Brothers collection. So it's like, can I really justify, owning another copy of this game? Can I really? So I don't know that I need it. I don't know. I probably don't. So it's definitely not on my, urgent to purchase. Although Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask didn't really need to be on my urgent to purchase either, because I have those on the DS, I have those on the Switch, I have those pretty much everywhere they're available. I also have the GameCube Collector's Edition disc. Like, there's literally zero need for me to have purchased them, let alone spend $100 a game picking each one of these up. And yet I did, because I wanted to make sure I got legit copies, or at least, I'm pretty sure I got legit copies. I'll be quite upset if it turns out that they weren't and I spent that much money. They will be going back. Alright, we'll come back for that one. We just want to get out of this rain. And go this way. Northish. There we go. There it is. Oh, looks like a fruit tree thing. And we have discovered these have a very simple method for completion. Thanks in no small part to one of our regular viewers. Man, what is going on upstairs? Hearing the microwave going off every 2 seconds, and it's like, what are you doing up there? Such is the fun of trying to produce internet content in a house that isn't empty. But sometime this spring, coming up here in the next couple of months, I will probably end up having the house to myself. At least for a few months during the day, while my kid's at school. I'm kind of looking forward to that. Where is this one? I think we need the mask to find it. Okay, it's not going crazy. Oh, there it goes. Triggered. Hey, I think we found it. Yeah. Let's go grab this north one, and then we'll come down and do these. I'm trying to be somewhat systematic about this. As systematic as I can be, anyway. Alright. So it's up there. So I apparently managed to tick somebody off on Twitter yesterday. Big surprise, right? I woke up this morning to seeing that someone had joined my Discord last night. But literally, like, the only thing they did was they joined with an insulting nickname. And that's it. Like, that was the extent of what they did. Not even all that original or creative. No? That didn't count? Okay. How do they want us to do this one? I have heard tale we can dive off of that. There we go. Now, you might be wondering, what could I have possibly done to make somebody mad on, you know, on the Twitters? Well, it really doesn't take much, it seems. Got into a bit of a debate with some of these Second Amendmenters, you know, the people who are, you know, basically their entire personality is, I like guns. I like guns. Don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-gun, okay? I do believe, though, in gun control laws, because they've worked everywhere else they've been tried. And, you know, I'm sick of turning on the news and seeing another school shooting, you know? I mean, I know gun control isn't going to answer this problem entirely, but studies and statistics don't lie, and they show that it would help. It would help a great deal. I mean, we have a lot of problems in our country that, you know, there are no easy fixes for. But there are things we could do to make them better. Well, our president, good old Joe Biden, who I'm not the biggest fan of. I'm not a Trump supporter, though. I did vote for Joe Biden because it was basically a choice between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and that's not a choice at all, in my opinion. I mean, one is trying to overthrow our democracy, and the other one's an old guy who can't seem to figure out that political center isn't where everybody thinks it is. Or at least where all the talking heads, pundits, and people on the Hill want to think it is. Things like gun control laws are actually popular. Now, this doesn't mean, like the, you know, extremist right would like you to believe, that they're coming for our guns. They want to take a gun. No, we still own guns. It's just there might be some controls on what kinds of guns are just available. Because right now we really don't have much in the way of any kind of controls over those things. Like, you could just go buy pretty much any kind of gun you want. You know? And there ain't much to limit you on that. And what it's turned into is people have got more guns than friends. And they're not even the kind of guns that you're going to end up going hunting with or anything. They're just excessive weapons of destruction. And people are building their entire personalities around being proud of the fact that they collect these things. And it's like, y'all realize you're turning this into a fetish, right? You're turning it into a cult, right? Or like they think they're going to have to go to war with our government at some point in their lives, and that's why they need all this heavy hardware. And it's like, you can have all that heavy hardware, but if that day comes, and it's never gonna, but if that day were to come, you're still gonna be outmatched. I mean, they have drones, for crying out loud. Do you have drones? I don't have drones. And if you think you gotta be that terrified of your government, maybe you don't quite understand how a democracy works. You do have some say in what goes on in government. I mean, so do the other, like, 3 billion people in this country. So, you do have to share. But, like, calm down. You ain't gonna go Rambo against the entire United States Armed Forces by yourself. That day is not coming. Basically, all you're ending up doing is turning yourself into an NRA cult member. Feeding into the, or feeding into their propaganda that, oh, you have to for your protection and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, we live in a society, okay? By living in a society, we have rendered the need for that kind of hoarding of weaponry completely pointless. And that's not to say, don't buy a gun. I mean, sure, you can go buy a gun. But unless you're living in, like, mansion or something, or have a, sizable chunk of land that's, like, not easily defensible by one person, you don't need to stockpile weapons. There's no need for that. It's excessive. And you just look like a crazy person when you do it. Well, the latest debate on Twitter, and the thing that got me in trouble with some of these Second Amendmenters, is our president misstated a bit of fun fact that, back in, Revolutionary War times, you couldn't just own a cannon. The Second Amendment, didn't grant you the right to own a cannon, and people are like, oh, you could own a cannon. There were people who had warships. It even says in the Constitution that Congress can grant letters of marque so that you could go out and, on your warship, which had cannons, and seize enemy ships. It's like, okay, first of all, let's point out a couple things here. The average person probably didn't have cannons. And while there was no law against them owning cannons, it was more likely because cannons were priced outside of their ability to purchase them. Alright, so it wasn't even a valid concern. Same way, you probably don't have a buddy who owns any nukes, okay? It's a little outside the price range, okay? Now, that may not be a fair scale, but, I mean, let's be reasonable here. Most of the average citizens, back in those days, they may have owned hunting rifles, you know? Which, at the time, I don't imagine were much different than what the infantry had in terms of, you know, ballistics technology. After all, machine guns didn't come along until like World War One, I think it was. And they didn't get real good until like World War Two. Or was it Civil War? Well, Civil War we had Gatling guns. Which, you know, I mean, technically could consider them machine guns in a way, I guess, but if you want to get technical, they're Gatling guns. Now, I'm not going to claim to be a gun expert, but, I mean, that's still a century removed from when the Second Amendment was written. I mean, back then, we're all fighting with muskets. You know? That kind of stuff. Well, the Washington Post, in order to debunk Joe Biden's claim that, you know, you couldn't go out and buy a cannon back then, even though he wasn't technically as wrong as they're trying to make it sound. I mean, they're trying to make it sound like, oh, any idiot could just go out and buy a cannon. No. If you were in the market for a cannon, you probably owned a warship, which means you were probably very well off, enough that you could own a ship, because a ship was a business. A ship required a crew. And a ship was was owned to make money. It was in the money-making business. And if you were a warship, how you made that money was you were either a pirate or a privateer. Not a whole lot of difference between the two, except for the letters of marque that they're citing in this article that Congress could issue. But even then, these are basically permits issued by the government to be able to operate your warship as a warship. Otherwise, you'd have to find some other way to make your money. And, like, if you're running a warship, you run it as a warship. That's how it makes the most money. Otherwise, you would have bought a whaling ship, or a merchant ship, or a cargo ship, or, you know. You'd have bought a different kind of ship. But if you owned a warship, if you're buying and outfitting your ship with cannons, it's because you're expecting to use cannons. If you didn't have letters of marque, and you're running a warship, you were a pirate. Hate to break it to those folks. You were a pirate. And being a pirate wasn't glamorous. Being a pirate back then, you were the lowest of low. You were the scum of the earth, and you were a criminal. If you were known to be a pirate, you would be arrested and probably hanged. So, the whole having the freedom to own cannons, well, own and use them, because if you owned them to use them. Like, you were either protecting merchant, trading routes, or you were defending your nation's borders, or you were a pirate. And if you were defending your nation's borders, well, you had the letters of marque to legitimize your work. Because how you made your money is you would seize the other ships, you know, spoils of war. The very same practice pirates made their money by, seizing the cargo and the, you know, whatever was valuable. But to legitimize your work, to be called a privateer instead of a pirate, you would get permission from the government. Whichever government would, you know, would permit you. If you owned a ship, you could work for whatever country you wanted. You didn't necessarily have to work for the country you came from. But again, if you're buying your ship legitimately, it's because you have a lot of money. You probably at that point know somebody in government. Getting your letters of marque, not going to be a complicated task. You just quill off a message to your pals out there in Washington. Looking to do some legit business with this new boat that I purchased. And they would fill out a form letters of marque, to legitimize your business so that you could return to port with spoils of war and not hang for it. Regulation. Regulation on your warship. Regulation on your cannons. And these folks don't seem to understand that that's, you know, that's what that is. So no, like, you didn't just own a cannon back in those days. Alright? They didn't necessarily have laws against owning a cannon. Oh, I think I missed one here. Ugh. There we go. Yeah, I did. I must have. Now again, I'm not against owning guns. I live in primo territory for, you know, white-tailed deer hunting. And oh my god, if you don't hunt the deer, they become a menace. And, like, you gotta thin out the herd or it's going to destroy lots of crops. It's going to destroy lots of private property. It's going to, you know, they run havoc all over the place. So obviously, you know, I see some validity to owning guns. Home defense? Absolutely. You know, if you live in, you know, the sort of area where owning a gun is going to make you feel safer, sure, own a gun. But I really see assault weapons as overkill. And before anyone's all like, well, define assault rifle, I bet you can't even decide on No, it has a definition. You can Google it. Magazine fed, rapid fire, designed for infantry. It's a clear and decisive definition. Anyone trying to make the argument clearly doesn't know anything about guns and probably shouldn't have one. So don't play ignorance thinking that I'm ignorant enough to not know what it means. Alright? And it's not the black bits on the gun that are scary. It's the fact that it can shoot, multiple rounds fairly quickly, doing a lot more damage than, say, a revolver. Where you maybe have 6 rounds, and then you have to reload. Seems to me that should be plenty. I don't know what kind of standoff with what army you expect you're going to be having, that you need to be able to fire hundreds of rounds in a very short few minutes. But again, I assure you, the day where that's necessary is not coming. Not unless our democracy gets overthrown. Though that would probably be a dream come true for these gun nuts, because, it would validate their entire way of life, but they're also politically on the side that's working towards that. Or at least, that's the way it looks to me. All the while calling themselves patriots. Patriots aren't trying to overthrow the government. Patriots would be trying to defend their government, trying to defend their country. But our political system is so backwards and upside down right now. It's ridiculous. So anyway, yesterday on Twitter I pointed out on a thread that I saw where somebody was like, "Oh, this claim by our president has already been debunked by the Washington Post." Like, clearly they hadn't read the article. And I don't think that the person who wrote the article realized that they weren't making the case that they thought they were making. Because the letters of marque that they were citing as being, this clear permission people could own cannons Like, that's permission from the government. You still needed a permit, which meant you're being regulated, because otherwise you wouldn't need permission. I mean... Hello? They didn't like that. They don't like having their arguments poked and dismantled that way. They don't like when you're pulling at the threads of their weakly constructed arguments. So, I think I forgot to update that again. I gotta get in the habit of doing that. Yeah, I forgot to update that. Okay, now it's updated. And anyone who is against their arguments, in their mind, is trying to, you know, get all guns banned. But that's not my position at all. All right. My position is I don't want to see another kid show up on the news because he took the AR-15 he's not even tall enough to operate to school and mowed down his class because he had a bad day. And people are like, why would law-abiding citizens need permission from the government? Because it's always a law-abiding citizen that does this stuff. Alright? You start out as a law-abiding citizen until you're not. Okay? And we don't currently have a better way to regulate this stuff. Okay? We don't. We don't have a way of determining that, oh, you're always going to follow the law. You're not going to just have a bad day and lose it. You're not one of these days going to decide that, you know, the answer to your problems is to point that tool at things and squeeze the trigger. Like, there's no guarantees. What we can do, though, is we can limit the number of these tools out there, at least to some extent. I'm not saying limit all of them. After all, people have had guns for a very long time. They're fully capable of living with guns and, you know, still having a sane and healthy society. Oh, hey, Marco. It's going pretty well. Just commenting on how I'm running afoul of the Second Amendmenters on Twitter because they don't like having their really stupid arguments picked apart. And it's kind of funny. Like, I'm not anti-gun, but I am anti-stupid argument. And they came up with a really stupid one that deserved being picked apart. And they didn't like it. So yesterday, one of them even decided to hop into my Discord server. Because obviously on my Twitter, I have a link to my Discord server, the way I have that link everywhere. Like, the most they did, though, was they signed in with a really stupid nickname. An insulting nickname, but, like, very childish. It's kind of hilarious that that was the best they could do. But, like, their argument was dumb in the first place. Biden, who, while he is the one that I voted for in the last election because I couldn't take 4 more years of Trump, he's too unhinged. He said something stupid about, you know, people owning cannons back in, you know, revolutionary times and how that just wasn't a thing. And people are like, oh, there was nothing to prohibit people from owning cannons back then. And technically, yeah, you're right. There was nothing prohibiting the ownership of cannons at that time. Except money. You know how many people had that kind of money? That they could just own cannons? Well, the thing they're citing as, you know, being like, oh, it was clear people had that, you know, they had the money, they had the, you know, whatever, is Congress would issue letters of marque to warship operators, people who, you know, were privateers, pirates, to legitimize their stuff. Okay, I gotta figure out how to get a rock up here. This one had me stumped before, too. But anyway, so they're using this little line in the Constitution that granted Congress the power to write letters of marque, which granted privateers basically permission to operate a warship. And first of all, I mean, this is special permission from Congress. That's a form of regulation. You need special permission to operate your warship legally. Now, you could still operate your warship, but you were a pirate then. And pirates were considered the lowest class of criminal and were usually hanged, if caught. Doesn't mean you couldn't operate your warship. It's just, you know, if you wanted to do so and be on the right side of the law, you got permission from Congress. And that's the part they're leaving out of their argument. And it's kind of hilarious. Because when you point that out to them, they lose their minds. And they call you an idiot and a dipshit and all this stuff, and it's like, I'm just saying. Like, I ain't making the argument that, you know, oh, we should ban all the guns. I'm just saying. Like, you know, you're not making the argument you think you're making. So now the Second Amendmenters are pissed off at me. I'm actually okay with that, though, because they've become kind of a cult. But I live in a part of the country where we hunt whitetail buck out here. Like, every house has a gun safe, because every house out here has a hunter. If we didn't hunt, these critters would take over and, like, just cause all kinds of frickin' destruction and havoc, and it would be horrible. So, you know, we have a legitimate use and need for guns. What we don't need are the ridiculous assault rifles. Oh, it bounced out. Landed. So, I don't identify as a Democrat, but I definitely don't identify as a Republican, because I feel like, you know, the Republican Party has been taken over by anti-science, anti-intelligence, anti-common sense. And it's become a cult of, you know, basically just disagreeing with Democrats. And I don't identify with Democrats because, like, even when they're in power, they can't agree on things and get things done. I identify as an anarchist, but I also identify as a realist. I believe people should be smart enough, given all the resources they have access to govern themselves. To understand that living in a society means working together towards common goals. And that we should be able to do that without, you know, without the threat of punishment, of prison, or death. I mean, we should be able to do all this, you know, without a gun pointed at us saying you have to. It should just be understood. We're a civilized society, after all. But I am also a realist, and I know that while we should be smart enough, there are a lot of people that have failed to make any kind of effort in that department. There are people who have failed to exercise their critical thinking faculties, who believe any kind of crazy propaganda that's fed to them. Now, I don't fault them entirely, because propaganda is designed to be believed. Propaganda is designed to be convincing. It's been a successful tactic forever. You know? And it's like advertising. We may think that we're all, like, too smart for that to fall for it, but, like, the reason people buy the things they buy, the reason that they make a lot of the choices they make without even thinking about it, it's because of the advertising. So I don't blame them entirely, though I do acknowledge it is, to an extent, you know, largely their fault because they're not willing to actually exercise their critical thinking faculties to see through the bullshit. For whatever reason. I mean, most of the time it just comes down to, I don't wanna, because then I would have to be wrong about a thing. And a lot of people don't like to admit they're wrong. I mean, I know I don't like to admit that I'm wrong, but I do admit that I'm wrong when I'm wrong. I've accepted it as a part of life. There are times I will, surprisingly, be wrong about things. Why? Because I don't know everything. I don't. Couldn't possibly. Oh, where are we at? $6.99? Yep. Now also, they're scared. You know, the world doesn't resemble what they had hoped it would be. You know? They feel like they were promised something, and that promise was never really delivered on. I don't know if that failing was as a result of what they believe their religion promised, what their political party promised, what they, you know... But what they're failing to understand is everybody suffers from that same feeling. We all feel like this world should have been better, and it just isn't. It just isn't. And that sucks. It could be way, way better. I mean, this pandemic has probably proven that to be the case, like, better than any example I could come up with. And there's a lot of finger pointing we could all do as to, you know, oh, this side screwed it up more than this side screwed it up, whatever. But, like, honestly, that gets old after a while. Everybody has screwed up. Nobody's perfect. Admittedly, some have gone out of their way to screw things up. I don't know what they're getting out of that, but I mean, they do. We all know some of those people. They choose to be contrarian or whatever. Vote the way they do because they feel like they're gonna own the libs. Whatever the hell that means. Like the liberals of the country are going to be like, oh, that guy, he got us. He got us good. No. Alright? There's never going to be a day that that happens. There are less than 200 seeds left to find. Where did you guys come from? Did I? Oh, I did. I dropped out of the sky and I stomped them. Talent. That's talent. No, that's entirely luck. That was not on purpose. Fun, though. But, yeah, I mean... studying hypnosis, you start to see how some of the things that people do make sense, even though it goes against their best interest, and it doesn't seem like, from an outsider's perspective, that it would be a wise choice. But you gotta understand the experience they're immersed in. You know? The information they're being fed is totally different than the information that other people are getting. And the way they comprehend that information. Because even if they did get the same information, it's probably being spun a different way. So I don't blame them. Entirely. I do think, though, that some of these people have got to realize that they look absolutely insane when their entire personality is, look at all the guns I have! Like, if that's all you've got going for yourself, like, you may want to reevaluate some life choices. Nobody should ever have more guns than friends. It makes you look crazy. It does. Just makes you look like a crazy person. And that's coming from someone who is probably certifiably crazy. So, you know. So I choose to put my money in video games. I can get all the fun of owning whatever fancy assault weapons and stuff I wish I could own in a simulated environment where it's perfectly safe to use them. I might still get judged harshly, but, you know. Nah. Ain't nobody dying over my game of GoldenEye, you know? I ain't gotta worry that my kid's gonna get into my Super Smash Brothers and, accidentally shoot a buddy. And if you're the type of person who wants to own guns, that's fine. Own guns. You'll still be able to have guns. You still have a pretty interesting collection. But I feel like we do more harm than good with assault rifles. You know? Regular rifles can do the job just fine. And nobody in their right mind needs a massive, massive collection of just, like, as much guns and ammo as they could possibly own. That's that prepper mindset that, like, in an emergency, you're gonna wish you had food and water and toilet paper. And you might be like, well, with these, I can go out and get whatever I want. Yeah, by being a jackass and treating people who are just trying to get by like you're a frickin' marauder. You really want to be that kind of person? Come on. Nope, not even close. Hopefully this will do it. Okay. There we go. Oh, I think I forgot to mark the last one. There we go. Trying my best to keep that up to date. But yeah, hunting, self-defense, and home security. Absolutely legitimate concerns and reasons to own a gun. Doesn't justify being a crazy person about it, though. And that's where I feel like the entire discussion is gone. It's being... like, any legitimate conversation is being drowned out by crazy people. Who feel like you're infringing on their rights just by talking about the option of having any kind of regulation on that stuff. But times have changed since, you know, the Second Amendment was written. The tools have changed. Firearms are vastly different. And I still believe in a person's right to be able to own them, but I do think we need to start thinking about having some real common sense regulation on what we're allowing in the general marketplace for average consumers. And I ain't saying we gotta completely remove all paths to owning assault rifles. No, if you want to own an assault rifle, we can still make that possible. Just, you know, you would have to get a license particularly for that. The weapon would have to be registered. It wouldn't be the sort of thing you can just pick up at a trade show. You know, a 16-year-old kid wouldn't be able to get one as a birthday present from some neighbor or something stupid like that. Like, you'd have to have training, proper training. After all, it's a weapon designed for infantry use. If you have not been trained in that kind of weaponry, you really shouldn't have it. That's how I feel about it. But get trained. Get permission to have that kind of thing. I'd be alright with you having it. Be no problem. In fact, one of the guys in the discussion from Twitter yesterday, his idea, and I'm pretty sure he posted this just to be a funny jackass, was, I think the government should, you know, force everybody to get military training and issue everybody an assault rifle, and, you know, to opt out of this, you gotta pay $12,000. But his ridiculous answer did have some validity. So what is it? I want to say Switzerland, but I'm probably wrong, because I'm not a geography expert, and I'm not a, you know, not an expert on world policies and stuff, but I know one of the European nations, every male, I believe it is, receives military training, and as part of that, they receive a gun. The rates of gun violence there are fairly low, from what I understood, from what I remember. I'm just speaking on half-remembered facts here, so somebody would want to actually, like, look this stuff up. But, from what I understand, service is mandatory. Training is mandatory. And then you get to have your gun. And in a way, I think that's an okay system. Like, the one thing I don't like about it is it's mandatory. You know, I feel like you should be given the opportunity to opt out of that. After all, we're a free country here in the United States. You should be allowed to opt out of something like that. Seems to me we'd have plenty of people signing up just for the chance to own, you know, military weapons. That seems to be something a lot of people want. But in taking a valid route to get there, they'd go through training. They'd be trained to respect the weapon, you know? Yeah, let's just bounce ourselves off of that. Why not? I don't know why I was even climbing back up there anyway. I could just teleport over here. But, you know. Like, I feel like there is a very easy, valid middle ground to be found here. where we can have common sense gun control laws and people can still own their guns. But it's going to require not bowing down to these people that have turned it into a cult. You know? Turned it into their entire personality. I mean, could you imagine if our country was at the whim of, you know, monster truck enthusiasts? How dare you infringe on my right to roll over your little Volvo with my giant-ass tires? It's madness. I don't feel like either side is really doing a very good job on coming to terms with reality here either. Like, the one side insists that there will come a day that they have to rise up against their government, and it's like, we live in a democracy. Those same people who think that that day is coming are the ones voting for the guy who is most likely to cause that situation to happen. Anyway. It'd be nice if these feeble-brained cultists didn't decide to follow me off of Twitter and try to bring their weak-ass insult game to my Discord server. I mean, if you're gonna come at me on my own turf, come at me with something better than, you know, calling me a dipshit and running away. Because if you think I haven't heard that before, could I introduce you to my father? I've heard better insults on playgrounds. But my Discord server is still open. Anyone's welcome to come join, engage me in conversation. I don't shy away from conversation. I don't shy away from debate. If your debate is legitimately in good faith, join me. If you have a perspective I may not have been made aware of, by all means, I'm interested. And I ain't saying that in bad faith, like, oh, you're not gonna bring me anything I haven't heard before. No, I legit would like to know. So like I said, I don't identify with either political party. I think people should be smart enough to deal with this crap on their own. Do what needs to be done. Be civil towards each other. And work towards a common good. But I'm realist enough to know that while we should be able to, we have not achieved that yet. And the way we get there is we actually engage in these conversations, you know? Oh, that guy just shot at me. I'm gonna go beat him down. Right after I update that. I think that's what's happening. I get distracted by things trying to kill me. Forget to update my counter. Okay, it's another fruit tree thing. It's this one. There we go. Can end up with a bunch of hardy Durans, that's for sure. Okay. Missing one there. And it looks like this one has a middle. And... okay, so that's not an Octorok. Better safe than sorry, right? God, it sure has been raining an awful lot since I started playing. I'm starting to feel very soggy. Oh, we've only been at this for 2 hours?
Rivali's Gale.
Well, I think I am going to run out of Korok seeds to look for before too long. But, I'm thinking this session, we're gonna hunt down the last 9 stone taluses after I've gotten the Korok seeds I have marked here. Dude, I want none of this, okay? I don't need nothing from you. I ain't into whatever crazy nonsense you got going on. Do your dragony thing and go away. Otherwise, I will shoot you. Looks like a block puzzle. Okay, looks like the block is in the waterfall. Oh, back again? Okay, we still have a little ways down to go. Ooh, we almost missed that. Ube, welcome to the chat. Okay. That looks like a weird looking camel. What's this side look like? A weird looking camel without a hump. There we go. Alright, we want to get back up there, I think. Ugh. I do not like doing the seeds in this area because that dragon keeps coming by every few minutes. And for some reason, he thinks he's got to kick my butt. Is he back? Is that dragon back again? He is! Ugh! Go away! You're just making things complicated. If I shoot you, will you leave? I think you might be leaving anyway. When you need them for farming purposes, they're nowhere to be found. Huh. I feel like if I give this one something, it'll... No. Who sees me? Ah, he's up there. Okay. Let's go deal with that real quick. So how's your day going so far, Ube? Maybe it's bananas. Maybe he wants bananas. Hey, it's bananas. I'll take my bananas back, sir. So good news, today is the day, I believe. I'm pretty sure, anyway, that it's today. I get the expansion pack and the last 2 Rumble packs that I'm waiting on. And then my Nintendo 64 system is complete. Or at least as complete as I need it. I mean, I know there were other peripherals for the Nintendo 64, but I don't need to own everything for the Nintendo 64. I have a memory card. I have 4 controllers and 4 Rumble packs and the expansion pack. What more do you need? Tomorrow, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and Super Smash Bros. Are supposed to be delivered. I'm really hoping that the seller is sending me legit copies. For as much as I'm paying for them, they better be legit, because they're expensive. They are. Yesterday I discovered that I actually had, unbeknownst to myself, I had purchased and this had to have been a while back, like a long while back, probably a decade or so by now. I had purchased 2 forgeries for Game Boy Advance. Well, replicas, forgeries, whatever you want to call them. Because my Super Mario Advance games are not legit. I had no idea. And I'm pretty sure I bought those from a store. Like, not retail, but like a thrift shop or a pawn shop or game store or something. I was sold replicas. Had no idea. Had no idea that this whole time they weren't even real. Didn't tip me off until yesterday when I was going through my game collection. And I checked out the Super Nintendo, the Game Boy Advance games. And I was just checking like the game files because have a lot of Zelda titles, and I wanted to see where I stood as far as having an open slot should I decide to stream one of the Game Boy Color games or something like that next. Next time we're playing a Zelda game. And I figured while I was checking all those, I'd check the other titles too. It wasn't like I have a huge collection of Game Boy Advance games. It's mostly Metroid and Zelda, and a couple of Mario games. I got to the Mario games, and turns out they're not legit. The one cartridge didn't quite fit into the Game Boy quite right. It stuck out just a little bit. I was like, well, that's kind of odd. Turned it on, and it's like, oh, your save file is corrupt. But it also had a very weird, like, startup screen, because it gave the Game Boy Advance normal startup screen, but then, like, after that, instead of going into the whole Nintendo logo that you usually expect from a Mario game, it said Game Boy Player. like I was firing up the Game Boy Advance player on the GameCube. But this was an actual... Oh, I've already beat you. I don't need to beat you again. You're dead to me! So I did a little research. Because I was starting to suspect some funny business, and sure enough, it was not legit. We'll come back for that one. Now, I have known for quite a while, like, trying to purchase cartridges for, Nintendo 64 and stuff. Like, forgeries have become a real problem. Replicas, whatever. Replicas, forgeries, whatever you want to call it. But, like, I'm not insulted if you market it to me as a replica. I am insulted if you sell it to me as if it were a legit one. Oh, I'm losing hope in humanity. Well, I've lost all hope in humanity. Like, there's still a few good ones out there, but for the most part, the human race is just... Ugh. I had a Second Amendmenter follow me from Twitter onto my Discord to insult me because he didn't like the fact that I was picking apart their argument that, people could own cannons back in the day of, like, the Revolutionary War and stuff. And I pointed out that, yes, you could in fact own cannons. Sure. But you needed permission from Congress to operate them legally. Because if you didn't, you were a pirate. And their whole argument about these letters of marque were basically gun permits for their cannons. Like, they didn't like that. Now, I'm not anti-gun. I'm anti-stupid argument. But they decided that they had to follow me off of Twitter, join my Discord server, also that they could have the pleasure of calling me a dipshit. So, like, not even a good insult or anything. Like, playground stupid bullshit. Absolutely pathetic. I think I found the gap. And I think I see the stone. Well, I live in hunter country. Like, we have deer populations out here that need to be kept under control. So, to say there's no legitimate argument to have a gun, well, I know of a couple. But, like, assault rifles, definitely not necessary. I mean, you're not hunting with them. They're meant for infantry. If you're not infantry, what are you doing? What are you doing with that? You don't need that. It's more gun than you need. And I don't believe anybody should ever own more guns than they have friends. You know, if you have more guns than friends, you have a personality problem. Well, for protection in some neighborhoods, I can understand it, but not an assault rifle. Like, that's a terrible decision. If you're going for protection, what you want is something like a revolver, you know? Small, easily carried, has maybe a couple rounds. You don't need a whole lot if you're just in it for protecting yourself. If you can't do that with just a couple of rounds, you're doing it wrong. You really are. Like, you don't need an assault rifle with, you know, with an extended clip or whatever. You don't need that crap. You don't. It's more gun than really any situation you're likely to encounter calls for. Usually, yeah. The reason that you end up needing a gun is because the rest of society has decided to fail and rely on guns. Instead of, you know, actually solving problems, they would rather resort to guns, resort to violence. You're absolutely right about that. No argument. But you can't control what your neighbor's going to do. That said, though, yeah, I definitely see your point there. Like, if we were to get rid of all the guns, then people wouldn't really have a need for guns. I mean, that is a valid point. Thing is, though, guns already exist, people already have them. Nobody's coming to round up all the guns, despite the fact that... Whoop, wrong button. Despite the propaganda of the National Rifle Association. It's not happening. That's nobody's plan. It's never going to happen. And I ain't saying that now. They don't dare. No, it's they don't. Oh no, as a Swede, you may actually have a better perspective on things because you're not dealing with the same lawlessness when it comes to gun control we have here in the States. Like, they probably have a more reasonable, you know, expectation of gun control laws and stuff in your country than they have here. They could send the police out to try to collect them, but the problem is you're gonna get those people who have been stockpiling guns their entire life, and those are the, you know, the people that I mentioned before. They've got more guns than friends. And I am aware of such people that have so many guns they don't even know how many they have. Those sorts of people are definitely going to try to stand their ground and take a few police officers with them in the process. Absolutely criminal, but they don't expect to survive it. They're going to go down fighting. That's the hill they're going to choose to die on. Another failing of society. Another failing of society. Now, if they really just have to have all these guns, for whatever reason, Like, I could see a path to such gun ownership, but... Oh yeah, there are neighborhoods where cops won't even enter. But again, it's because of the guns. It's because people have access to more guns than brain cells. And, you know, and that there is the problem. What we should do, what we should have, is if you want to own something as, stupid as an assault rifle, okay, you can own one, but prove you're responsible. You know? Take the infantry training required in most countries to own such things. In such countries where those things are allowed, usually you have to have some kind of military training. Most of the people in our country that have those, they're not military trained. I think it's like Switzerland or something. Like I read something about a country somewhere in Europe where at like the age of 18 or something, you're just if you're a boy, you're automatically enlisted, and you're issued a gun, but you're also given, proper training on this. They don't have that here. The training isn't exactly necessary or at all required. You basically just walk into a gun store, go, I want that one, and they'll sell it to you. There's a waiting period and a background check to see if you're a criminal. But beyond that, in most of the country, there is no other safety checks. And see, that's the other thing. Like, I don't expect gun control to fix gun violence completely and make it just never happen ever again. But I do believe gun control works because in countries that have it, it's not as prevalent a problem. It does still happen, just not as much. Not nearly as much. Because, when people commit these acts of violence, it's usually they've had a real terrible day. Their, ideology has crumbled before their very eyes or whatever, and they've lost it. So they pick up the tool they have at hand, and, they attempt to solve some of their problems with that tool. Well, if that tool is an AR-15, they're going to be able to do significantly more damage than if that tool were a 6-round revolver. So, yeah. I think there should be some limits on what's allowed. Like, I'm not saying we need to get rid of guns entirely. Because, being able to hunt. I live out in Minnesota. We have deer hunting, we have pheasant hunting, we have turkey hunting, we have... hunting is a huge part of, is a huge part of our way of life out here. So having guns, if you got rid of all the guns, that wouldn't solve a whole lot of our problem. It would probably create a lot more problems to just get rid of all the guns. But we can do away with certain types of guns, and it would probably make some situations a lot better than they are. It's not a complete fix-it for everything. I understand there'll still be crime. Oh yeah, yeah. Like Chicago over the weekend. Uh, like 4th of July weekend, I think it was. They had shootings in the double digits in one weekend. One weekend. Acts of gun violence were in double digits. Now, granted, that is a heavily populated area, and they have a gang problem. But even so, double digits in 2 days is still excessive. It's excessive. Now, would passing gun control laws fix Chicago? I don't know. Probably not entirely. It's still going to have gangs. They're still going to have guns. They're still going to be doing stuff. But, I don't know. If the laws were stricter, maybe people may reconsider how they do things. Oh, I'm out of charges for the jump. I'm not going to make that. But again, I'm not naively thinking that if we pass a bunch of laws, we can completely solve the problem. It's a start, and there are other issues that need to be addressed. Like the feelings of inadequacy that lead people to commit these, heinous acts in the first place. What makes a person think that they, that's the only way they can solve their problem?
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Let's answer some of those questions and solve some of those problems so people are less likely to feel that need. Are they doing it because they feel like the only option is turning to a life of crime? Are they just fed up? Like, what's brought them there? In some cases, there won't be a good answer. Yeah, see, that's substantially low. That is substantially low. Because I feel like in Duluth, where I recently moved from, just in Duluth, is that just on the other side, on the top of that hill over there? It is, isn't it? Okay. But yeah, just in Duluth, where I moved from, we would have that many in a year. Duluth, one city, could match your entire nation's yearly gun violence stat. Yeah, Duluth has about 80,000 people. Nowhere near the population of Sweden. Nowhere near. But it could easily match your yearly total of gun violence. It's insanity that we don't have better gun control laws here. I mean, I get, we are a nation of freedom, but freedom isn't a license to be reckless. It comes with responsibility. And people seem to forget that part real quick. Like with the whole freedom of speech thing. They feel like this entitles them to say whatever, like spreading misinformation during a pandemic, causing a public health crisis in the process. That's not what freedom of speech is. All right, freedom of speech is, yes, you can have an opinion, you can state your opinion, you can speak out against the ruling class without fear of going to prison, but it is not a license to say vaccines don't work because you feel like, your cousin's autism was caused by it. That's not what it is at all. Like, you're still held to accountability if you yell fire in a crowded theater. You should still be held accountable if you're saying things that have been scientifically proven to be inaccurate, and they've been scientifically proven to be inaccurate. You should still be held accountable for those things. It's only fair and it's only right. Because you're knowingly spreading false information. Now, your opinion on the experts that have proven it might be one thing, but well, exactly. Like, we're never going to be able to be like, oh, people are going to stop dying now because we've outlawed death or whatever. I mean, there's always going to be people dying for one reason or another. They don't need to die for stupidity, though. And it feels like in my country, that's what they're dying for. People's vulnerabilities are being taken advantage of. They're being fed propaganda by those who are looking merely to profit off of them. And in the process, they're being convinced of things that go against their common sense, go against, go against reality in some cases. They allow themselves to believe that stuff because they're afraid and they don't recognize the world they live in anymore. So, I don't entirely blame them for, for buying into the bullshit, because they're just looking for somebody to put the blame on, and they're looking for somebody who seems to have an answer. Somebody who can help them solve their problem. And they're willing to set aside their critical thinking faculties in order to do so. Because it's a much more comfortable world to live in than just accepting the fact that some things are the way they are, and they may just have to live with it. Or they may have to do the hard thing to solve the problem. It's not going to be easy.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Yeah, they keep saying all kinds of crazy nonsense about the virus, vaccines, the booster, all that stuff. Oh, if you've had the booster, you can't spread it because you don't get it. No, you can still get the virus. It's not going to prevent you from getting it. It's going to prevent it from being really bad. But you can still get it. And even if you have the virus, it may still end up being bad. It's just your chances are better having been vaccinated and having gotten the booster. But you can still get it. You can still be contagious. You can still spread it to people who are not vaccinated, who are not immune, or even people who are. Because I know a guy, fully vaccinated. He got it twice. It wasn't nearly as bad for him had he probably not gotten the vaccine. But, like, he still got it. It didn't kill him, thankfully. I've been vaccinated. I have had no issues from the vaccine. I also have not gotten COVID, knock on wood. I hope that remains the case. And honestly, I really think news reporters, people who have a platform, like the people on Fox News, they also have a responsibility to the public to not spread misinformation. Like, oh, once you've had the booster, you're not ever going to be contagious anymore. Why? Because saying such things is going to lead to people thinking that, oh, well, I got the booster, I'm never going to give it to anybody. And they're going to stop taking the necessary precautions. They're going to think it's absolutely fine for them to just return to life as normal. And while we all wish we could return to life as normal, I certainly do. I mean, Christ. I was looking at becoming a stage magician before all of this started. But then, like, close-up magic and stuff was a big no-no. Can't do close-up magic when there's a pandemic going on. I'm not spreading misinformation about it. If they delete the episode, they delete the episode. All I'm talking about is what's going on in the world. I may be stating what other people are stating, but I'm also stating why, like, some of those claims that they're making should probably not be made, because it's misinformation. I follow the CDC guidelines. You know? I believe the experts. And I think other people should too. Because despite this idea that there's a vast global conspiracy by Big Pharma to keep us all sick and whatnot, I don't believe that's the case. Now, I do believe insurance companies are unnecessarily profiting off of people, but that's just the way the system's been designed, and healthcare reform is a completely different topic we can get into some other time. A lot of issues that definitely need to be taken care of there. And this pandemic's done a pretty good job of pointing out some of those areas as well. Like supply chains? Oof. What a mess. What a mess. But my hope is, at some point, people begin to realize that their rights to things like free speech, guns, all that stuff, it comes with responsibility. And they need to start recognizing their responsibility if they hope to continue to exercise their right. You know? Because like the whole Joe Rogan thing. Like, he was giving a platform to people who were spreading misinformation. He went all in on the, what was it, the ivermectin or whatever? The horse stuff? And toting that as the reason why he was able to, you know, to deal with COVID so well. And, like, I don't know if that's really what got him through COVID, you know? I'm thinking it was more the access to decent health care, because it's not like he's poor. So he probably has good insurance, good doctors. Had he not been given the ivermectin or whatever the heck it's called, he probably still would have been okay. Because he got good health care. And, you know, he does the whole MMA stuff. So, I guess he's kind of an athlete. He's in decent health. Better health than probably a lot of people. Certainly better health than a lot of the people who listen to his podcast and go, well, if it's good enough for Joe, it's good enough for me. So while I was off of Spotify, long before everybody else was pulling stuff because of Joe Rogan's podcast, I certainly side with the people who are pulling stuff off of Spotify because they don't want to be on the same platform as Joe Rogan. I can certainly understand that that mindset. Oh, take your time, Ube.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Did I update my counter? Yes. Yes, I did. My whole issue, though, with Spotify was not the Joe Rogan podcast. I've never been a fan of the Joe Rogan podcast. I've seen parts of it. I've heard parts of it. Seen video clips from recording sessions. He doesn't really talk about things I'm interested in. And I don't feel like he's the sort of person I would want to be getting, like, my local, or my important information from. So while he has had people on his show that I probably wouldn't mind hearing what they had to say about certain issues, like, I could probably find out what they have to say without without listening to Joe Rogan, you know? But my issue with Spotify, and the reason why my podcast will never be on Spotify, happens before the whole Joe Rogan thing even became a thing. Spotify just has really bad customer service. Like, the worst. Now, I'm the sort of person who has multiple devices. And, I listen to, my podcasts and stuff that I listen to on a number of devices. There's my phone, my tablet, my desktop computer. Whichever one I'm currently paying attention to is the one that I usually have set as, the control for whatever it is I'm listening to. I only have one account, though, for listening to all of these things, for listening to podcasts and stuff on all of these things. And once upon a time, it was Spotify. Why? Because it was there, it was what everybody used, and, I had no problem with it for the longest time. However, they updated their terms of service or something at one point, required me to sign in. Nope. We're gonna wanna do this the other way. Well, anyway. I signed in on a device that was connected to a VPN because, they just wanted me to hop in and agree to, whatever the new terms of service or whatever was. Shouldn't have been a big deal. I wasn't actually going to be listening to anything, so, like, region control or whatever, big deal. I was still signing in from a device that, required two-factor authentication and everything for the app and all that wonderful bullshit. Well, I received an email that alerted me that, hey, we've noticed you signed in from a unrecognized IP address. Okay. If this was you, click here. No changes will be made to your account. Whatever. So, I acknowledged it was me. I acknowledged that no changes needed to be made to my account. This was not a security concern that needed to be addressed. I was the culprit trying to access my account, and all I was doing was acknowledging their new frickin' terms of service. Well, they went ahead and changed my password anyway. They even acknowledged that they did this anyway, without my permission, when I contacted customer service to be like, hey, what's up? Why am I now locked out of my account? Their response was, oh yeah, we reset your password anyway. Even after you acknowledged the thing, and we said we wouldn't do that. We went ahead and did that anyway. For security. So that meant I was going to have to change the password and then sign in across all of my devices again. And At the time I was doing this, I was not exactly in a good location for that because I use a password manager to generate my passwords. Because what better security than not even knowing your own password? But to have a randomly generated, like, ridiculously long password that nobody knows, nobody's likely to guess, and in order to brute force, you're gonna need a computer working on it for ages. I mean, that's some damn fine security. Let's see. Well, shoot, now I can't remember if I took it off the map or not, because that might be the one we just picked up. Yeah, because we got it from here. So that was this one. Well, anyway. So they generated a giant inconvenience for me after I told them there was no security concern. Like, they decided to go above my head and lock me out of my account until I changed the password. And, like I said, I wasn't in a position to do that where I was at because I was out and about using a VPN, not using the service, but updating the, the terms of service anyway, because they kept contacting me being like, hey, you gotta do the thing, you gotta do the thing, you gotta do the thing. You know how they can be. I think that's that one. Unless there's another one down there. We'll check up here first. I gotta wait for the thing. Anyway. So they created, for me, just the most inconvenient situation to be using their service. Because in order to generate a new password, I had to get back to my desktop, where my password manager was, where I kept the most up-to-date version of my password database, and where I preferred to generate everything. I make the changes there, upload it to the cloud, and then all of my other devices just use, the password database. I don't generate passwords from those devices. Because not all of my devices have access in the same ways. But I can conveniently access everything from home, when I'm home. Which is why I prefer to change my passwords when I'm home. Not when I'm out and about. Not when I'm,
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
stuck out of town or visiting someplace else. So, they chose to lock me out after saying they wouldn't. And I decided that, if they can't trust me with my own security, even after saying they could.
The blood moon rises once again.
I really had no need for the inconvenience of their service. Because I could get all the podcasts and stuff elsewhere. Every podcast I want to listen to, it's available on the Amazon Music app. It's available on, well, pretty much everywhere. Spotify did not have any kind of chokehold on the content I listened to. Go away. So having no need for Spotify, I got rid of them. Because if they're going to create an inconvenience for me, I'll go to a platform that doesn't do that. You know who's never changed my password on me? Without my permission? Without my authorization? Amazon. They've never been so bold as to presume I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, my issue with Amazon, or my issue with Spotify, supersedes this whole thing with Joe Rogan and his podcast. But I still stand in solidarity with the people who are removing their music and such because of Joe Rogan. Because I feel like he had a responsibility to use his platform more properly. And instead he gave platform to, you know, to people spreading misinformation, and he himself didn't exactly do a great job of, you know, adequately informing people. Now, I'm not saying he's some kind of medical expert that people should be going to for their information, but, you know, his attempts to provide a platform to the sort of people that others are going to for their information means he should be responsible about who he's having on the show. You know? And if it's the whole, oh, he's got to be fair and balanced, blah, blah, blah. You know, he has people from both sides. He also doesn't question the claims. You know? He makes both sides seem equally valid. And that's dangerous because they're not equally valid. Some people are literally just spreading garbage information. I think I've already gotten those. There's supposed to be a second one here, but I am not sure where it's at. So, let us take a look at the guide here. Shooting a target on the waterfall, huh? I don't see a target. Is this the thing that only shows up if I launch myself up the waterfall? Nope, I don't see it.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Gonna drown. Doesn't count as game over, so. I'm not gonna update the death counter for that. Nope, not seeing it. Huh. I don't think it's here. Yeah, the mask is not reacting to anything. So I'm gonna go with it don't exist. We either got it already, in which case there should be a dude, or somebody mismarked one on the map. But I mean, with 900 of them, someone's bound to make a mistake at some point, right? Now, now, there we go. See, that's the one we couldn't find, so I'm just going to delete that one because there doesn't seem to be anything there. I'm thinking someone mismarked. Oh, I can't believe I haven't done this yet.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Ooh, Master Sword is restored. up here. How about up here? No. Aha. Oh. 736 Korok seeds found so far. It's a lot. Oh. They hid those real well. Okay. While the weather's holding up, let's see if we can climb up this. Since it's still a minute or so before our gale is recharged. Today's gaming session is powered by by Monster Energy. Not a sponsor. It's just what's keeping me awake. My kid was up ridiculously early again this morning. I don't know why. I think he just gets super excited to go to school. So he gets up really early. And then he makes noise in an attempt to wake me up.
Rivali's gale is now
Thinking
ready.
that, you know, that's gonna move things along quicker. And it's like, no, child. Come on now. I don't determine when school starts for you. Goodbye. It is adorable how much he loves school. A little ridiculous, though, because I went to the same school he's going to when I was a kid. And, oh man, I hated it. But I was bored and surrounded by, people who didn't really get me, you know? People who were certainly not of a similar mindset, let's say. You know? A lot of the people I went to school with, like, their entire aspiration was to take over the family farm, and they had no interest in anything outside of what they would need to do that. So, you know, beyond the basic, you know, arithmetic for bookkeeping and whatnot, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying farmers are dumb or anything like that. No. Far from it. But the ones I grew up around, their kids were incredibly dull. Because, like, their conversation was limited to, you know, which tractors are better, International or John Deere. And while those are noble pursuits and conversations and arguments to have, like, that was not something I had any interest in. I don't fault them for having those interests, but they didn't really have many interests outside of that. Certainly nothing that I could connect with. And so, for a lot of my childhood, I was treated like an outsider. Because, you know, I was, essentially. Anyway, it would seem this new generation is a little less of that. You know, at least enough where my boy seems to be getting along well with his classmates and having an okay time. At the very least, he's having a great time at school. And I'm glad he has that, because, like, his last year in middle school was a real letdown. Because it was the start of the whole pandemic thing, you know? We had the lockdown in March, and he didn't get to see his classmates again after that. Like, it just got, you know, his last year in school was abruptly cut short, and he didn't even really get a goodbye, you know? Didn't get to say goodbye to his class. And our plan was always to move after he graduated middle school. That took a little longer than I had hoped it would. We didn't actually get out of there until the next summer. But I did not want to get him started in a new school, making a whole bunch of new connections, just to have to, you know, uproot him again. Because we always knew end of 8th grade, end of middle school for him, was going to mean a transition. The intention was always that that transition would be a one-time thing, you know? Happen all at once, be done with it. Let the cards fall where they may, because at least we've only had to do that once. But I had decided a long time ago we would be getting out of Duluth. It wasn't a good place for us. Violence was on the rise. Crime was on the rise. The local drug problem was on the rise. I was not thrilled with our circumstances, and there weren't any real opportunities to improve those circumstances. So, the plan was to move once he graduated middle school. But then his middle school year got cut short, and poor dude didn't even get to say goodbye, didn't get the graduation ceremony that was planned for them, because, you know, they had a little ceremony as a, you know, to help with the transition of moving on to another part of your life. And that's the thing people don't really grasp about the importance of those ceremonies. Is it's meant to signify something, and it helps process that. Helps your brain grasp that okay, this is actually a big
Rivali's
deal.
gale
This is
now
the
ready.
sign of something. Things will change. That's why we have the ceremony for kids graduating high school and stuff. It's, you know, is to help them with that transition. And in a way, the pandemic sort of robbed him of that. And I always felt bad because, like, he definitely deserved better. Deserved better than the hand he was dealt. And the whole following year, he had me for a teacher because we did the homeschool thing. Because, like I said, we were going to move. And I really wasn't comfortable setting him up to get comfortable and make all these new connections with people that he was just going to have to part with again. You know? I at least wanted to give him a little more time than a year. You know, so I was going to get him situated at a new school this year, and he is situated at a new school this year. And since he likes it, we're sticking with it probably until he graduates. Or at least for a couple of years. I mean, once his classmates have moved on, we may move. Did I not remove it from the map? I may have not removed it from the map. My phone is telling me things. Ah. It's telling me things that the latest expansion from Elder Scrolls has been announced. I don't play it on PlayStation though. Not very often anyway. I do have it on PlayStation, but Elder Scrolls I play on Xbox. So, that's where I have the latest expansions purchased. So, if anyone's a Xbox player, and they like to play Elder Scrolls, feel free to join me. On some rare occasion, you just might run into me. See if my count's still accurate. Yep. I'm trying to get us to... Well, I want to get through these. I would like to be within 150 when we're done, and this would definitely do it. It'd be great if we could be within 100 when we're done today, but I've already been at this for 3 hours and 45 minutes. I usually don't go a whole lot over 4 hours on my live streams because it gets to be long. It gets to be a little tedious. south. I'm guessing it's at the top of this thing. No? Not at the top of this thing? Is there anything at the top of this thing? There is nothing up here. Hooray! Really? Damn treasure octoroks. Okay, there's something here. Huh. Looks like... Okay. I bet it's gonna be... get to the top of the other one. Right? If I'd have known it was going to be that, I could have set my travel medallion there. Ow. You jerk. There we go. Aw. And it turns out not to even be a thing I need. Love this area, except with the low frame rates. see if we can do this. There we go. What was that? 2? Yes. So we're at... All right. We got that one. And we got that one. Go grab these, and then we'll start heading up north. Now, there are a whole bunch of them along this bridge. I have gotten 1, and there is like 10 of them just along the bridge. So, we'll have some work cut out for us when we get to that part. I don't have a mark, though. Sure would be great if it stopped raining. Huh. There's supposed to be one up here. Is it not at the top of the hill? Maybe there's a cave. Oh. What do we got here? Okay. Okay. I think I see what the game is here. Oh, that might be too hard. Oh, nope, that was perfect. Alright, so I think that was that one. Not sure what this one is, though. Let's see. That is... Tree stump race. From where? Okay, on the hill just behind the shrine.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
So it's not at the very top of the hill, from the sounds of it. Well, the mask ain't freaking out, and I'm not seeing a tree stump here. So I'm guessing we already did that one. I don't know where the race ends, but I know where it doesn't begin anymore. Oh, I forgot to update that since the last one, didn't I? Alright. So... I'm pretty sure I've already done this one. Yeah, because there's that guy. Alright, so... I don't know how the rock got way up there. And now it's way down there. That might be too hard. Nope, not hard enough. Too hard. Well, there goes our rock. We're gonna have to find a different way to solve this one, I think. See if there's another rock around here somewhere. I don't think there is, though. We'll come back for that one. Ah, come on. Ah, you just couldn't do it, could you?
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Okay, let's see if that rock is back. Does not look like it. Oh, there it is. Okay, it is back. See what happens if I throw it. Nope. That's not the result I'm looking for. More notifications from the Kindle store. I don't have my phone on silent right now because I am waiting for delivery notifications. Come on, climb. Fine, don't climb. It's not like I really wanted you to climb anyway. Come on, get up there. There you go. Alright. Come on, you're not that far from me. There we go. Wasn't pretty, but it got the job done. Okay. We have a rock. We need to try to get down there with it without losing it. Hey! There we go. Graceful. Super graceful. I applaud myself on that one. Best landing ever. Only 150 more Korok seeds to find. My biggest fear with this Korok seed hunt is I am going to get to 899 and not know where the last one is, because while it should be obvious, it isn't. It won't be, because they'll have all been looked for, they'll have all been found. All the ones that I have marked on the map will have been discovered. That's my fear anyway. I'm gonna get to the end. I will have gone through all of the ones that, or at least I will think I have gone through all of the ones that are in the guide. But for some reason, there will be one that just... no idea where it is. I already know what I'll do in that case. I'll basically just find a guide that breaks down, like, how many Korok seeds are in each location. Count them up, and at least narrow it down to which location I'm missing a Korok seed in. And then that'll give me a good place to start from. And then, once I have the location narrowed down, I'll basically just mark out all the Korok seeds for that area. And check each one till I find the one that's missing. And I'll be able to rule out the obvious ones that are at the spot that's, you know, like you just pick up a rock and there it is. But if I run into any, like, tree stump races or anything like that, where the actual stamp is, you know, quite a ways from its obvious start location, but by process of elimination, I should hopefully be able to narrow it down. But it's going to be a process. So I'm hoping that we get lucky. And once we've investigated all the locations on the guide map, that there isn't that one straggler, that one remaining one that I just haven't found. but thought I did. Where? Oh. I need better bows. Because let me tell you, that is always the worst, when there is an insane number of things to collect, and you think you've collected them all, but then there's still one missing, and having to go back through the whole list trying to find the one that you missed. Oh man, it's terrible. I've had to do that in previous games. Past games that I've played. It's even worse when it's like this game, and they don't have them numbered. They don't have them, like, you know, there's nothing to differentiate one from the other, really, other than the location. Yeah, other than location, there's really not a whole lot to go on. If I get to the end, and I'm missing one. That was a terrible jump. What were you even trying for there, Link? There we go. $756. Oofda. Ah, puzzle. Where is the puzzle
Rivali's gale
piece?
is now ready.
Am I just completely blind? What is going on here? Because the puzzle's right there. But it says search the waters below to find the puzzle piece. I see no sign of the puzzle piece anywhere. What is... Where is the puzzle piece? There it is. Boy, they couldn't have hit it any better if they had tried. They really did a good job hiding that one. Okay, now I gotta get this over to there. There we go. I knew I'd find the right button eventually. Okay, so that's that one, finally. Yeah, let's see if we can get out of here. The last thing I need for it to do right now is to start raining. Though I am actually kind of surprised it didn't. Alright, this one doesn't look too complicated. He said naively. Yeah, I probably already wrecked it. Yeah, I definitely wrecked it there. There we go. That's better. Too far, though. It's in! Goal! I think that was this one. Get back here. Where'd you go? Ah, there he is. Come over here. Alright, so that was the blue one, I'm pretty sure. one. Green one. They're firing at us. Run. Alright. We have 3 left that are marked. And where are we for time? 4:35. It's not yet 2. This is probably going to be one of the longest sessions I've done in a while. But I am trying to wrap this one up. I know some of the Breath of the Wild fans might be a little disappointed that I'm trying to just get through this. I love Breath of the Wild. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't want to play it. It's that I have a massive library of other games that I also would like to get to. And 100% completion on this is kind of an intense undertaking. You know? But alas, we do not have all the time in the world to play all of the games all of the time. There is something here. Okay. Aha. Am I close enough to reach it? Yes, now I am. There we go. And there's one lonely little marker way out there. I don't know if I can swim that far, but we're going to try to swim out to this point over here at least.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Okay. How much further we got? Quite a ways. Okay. We need to dive, but we need something to dive off of. Alright, we should hit one of these. Here we go. Okay. Now, I think there's still a few more in this area that I haven't gotten marked. I know there's a bunch along this bridge that I don't have marked. But we're going to take a little break from Korok seed hunting. And we're going to go and try and find a couple of taluses to tangle with. See if we can't at least move the marker on that. It's a garbage pile. Okay, I believe it's the top of that one. Yes. They sure put this one out of reach, didn't they? Is it you? Yep. And you're dead. Alright, we can knock that one off. I think we'll have better luck going south from the camel for this next one. Oh, hey, welcome back to the chat, Dumbbell. We are currently taking a break from hunting Korok seeds to hunt stone taluses. Is it just me or is this rock out of place? Not one with a... Not one with a Korok underneath it, anyway. Dead! They're all dead. Yeah, nothing under that one either. Alright. Want to aim this carefully. Don't want to end up having to climb back up a whole bunch. Climbing down's the easy part. Climbing up sucks. I think I see him. I have him marked down there, but I think he's actually right here. What a jerk! Oh, I'm not even gonna get a good shot that way. Got him. Ooh, he's quick. Come on, buddy. Face plant. Oh, I missed. Alright. That's that one. Now, with as quick as we can burn through these guys, I think...
Urbosa's fury is ready.
I think we'll take care of the last of them. And that'll be where I end the stream today. Because we've only got 7 more. I have them marked. The hard part's really just going to be getting to them. Ooh. I may have to take a brief moment here, though, to run upstairs and retrieve that delivery. My expansion pack for the Nintendo 64 has arrived. Allegedly. Assuming they delivered it to the right place and everything. Go by. Oh, look who's awake. Hey, buddy. Good morning. I'm gonna need that back. Oh. That's how y'all want to play this round, huh? Okay, okay.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Fall down, come on. Oh, I missed. That got him, though. All right. We'll start here. If we just paraglide north, we should make it. But that also should be a very safe spot for me to land. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. But that was worth heading upstairs for. Because the expansion pack for my Nintendo 64 is here! And it looks like it's in really good shape. It looks legit. So I'm super excited to try that out later. However, this one was not expected. Not till tomorrow. I also had a package from the retro game seller that I've been ordering my latest acquisitions from. So I am currently looking at gold cartridge, Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and gold cartridge, Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask. They are a little worn, a little beat up, but you know what? I expected as much. After all, if you can find these brand new, good luck. Like, throw down whatever kind of money you can on them, because, like, that's incredibly rare. And I also have Super Smash Brothers. Oh, that's going to be super exciting. Now, the only other thing I'm waiting for to be delivered today is 2 more Rumble Packs. I don't know when I can expect those, but I'm hoping they arrive sometime. If not today, tomorrow. Admittedly, they're not the most necessary, but they were kind of expensive, so I do hope they arrive. It took quite a while for me to receive any kind of indication that they'd even been shipped. But there is going to be so much testing of stuff this evening. I'm really looking forward to it. This is still one of the few areas left where we have not collected all of the Korok seeds. So, while I'm out here hunting taluses, If I see an obvious Korok seed location, I'm gonna grab it. Wake up! And he's dead. Don't feel bad for the little rock monster. He'll be back next blood moon. So we haven't done Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask yet. Assuming this cartridge works, and the expansion pack works, I very well may just do that one on the Nintendo 64. Huh. Something's missing. Rocks of any kind. Is there a cave? Don't see a cave. Okay. So I'm looking at the time. And I'm thinking I'm going to call it after we take down one more stone talus. Simply because I don't really have any more time left. I do have to go get my son from school. That's got to happen here at some point. He would be very upset if I did not. And understandably so.
Urbosa's fury is ready.
But I think we've got enough time. We can track down at least one more stone talus. It'll probably be the last one we do today, but we just have to find where it's hiding. I don't see a cave. May have to go pick on a different one. Let me see if I can get some info on this guy. Okay, it's this one right here. No, it just shows him on just says he's there. Though actually they've got him right there, but like I didn't see any rocks at all. Like no rocks. So I don't know. I don't know why he wasn't showing up. I'll have to come back for him. And I'm pretty sure we didn't beat him already. Because that would mean there's another stone talus out there somewhere that we haven't beaten, but thought we did. Oh, Link's gonna be all shivery. Nothing worse than a frozen popsicle Link. Is that a bear? It's a bear! Do I have a picture of that kind of bear? I do. Ah, Skelly Bobs. Goodbye, Skelly Bobs. You can't catch me. I bet we're looking for this Frosty Boy right here. Yup. Goodbye. Oh, he froze me. A lot of opals. Alright, so that's that one. One more. We'll do one more. Bring us up to a nice ripe 36. But what can I say? I want to be as close to done with this stuff as we can get. as quickly as we can get there. But now because I'm not enjoying myself, I definitely am. I just have so many more games to show you all, to play. And as amazing as this game is, we have been playing this for hundreds, plural, of hours. I think I have, over 200 hours into this playthrough. But, I mean, we did want to do 100%, so, you know, kind of set myself up for that one. But my hope was I would have the 100% completed by the time the next one came out. Because you better believe I'm going to have that thing on pre-order, and we're definitely going to play it. Assuming my channel hasn't been shut down or something. I don't see why it would, though. I'm not known for my inappropriate content or anything like that, so we're playing within the rules. Ooh, it's another frosty boy. Oh, hey, it's a legit chest. Not a fake one. Let's see what's in it. Fire arrows. There's an idea. How much time I got left on this recharge? This one. Oh, only a minute? Yeah, we can sit by for a minute. We'll cook them quick. Oh. Alright, alright. Feel like I might have had that one coming.
Urbosa's fury is ready.
I did beat some of your buddies pretty bad. And I did come to kill you. However, I still can't help but find it a little personal. You know. Ooh, rare ore. Topaz. Alright, that leaves us with 1, 2, 3? Wait a minute. Something's not right here. We're missing one. I counted them this morning. Did I accidentally delete one that I should not have deleted? Did I kill one more than I thought I did? Because I see 3 on the map. One of them is that one we couldn't find. We'll go confirm it with Kilton. He should be hiding under here. He probably won't talk to me, though, because it's probably too late. Yo, Kilton. Okay, we have gotten 37. I forgot to update the count. So let's do that. There we go. Now we're accurate. We got 3 more to defeat. And we will do that next time. We've got 133 Korok seeds left to go. Which really isn't all that much. We may actually be able to finish this one next Friday. And next Friday is when we will be back to playing Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild on the Nintendo Switch, completing our 100% playthrough. We are currently at 88.5% according to the in-game metrics. However, like, we're not going by the exact same metrics that the in-game is. For us, 100% is all the shrines, all the Korok seeds, all the quests, all the side quests, all the memories, all the armor. Yeah. I don't believe it's the same metric by that percentage there, but we will probably get that up to 100% by the time we finish all this. If not, it'll be really close. Really, really close. I'll have to look into this one and see if that's legit. I'm pretty sure those two are legit. If this one isn't legit, I'm gonna have to find out where. Unless maybe we killed him, that's why we couldn't find him when we came back. I don't know. But when would we have done that? Nah. Who knows? I gotta get going. I gotta go pick up my son. I gotta go get ready to journey out into the cold. Coming up this, the rest of this week, tomorrow, another public domain horror movie. at midnight my time. So 11:59 p.m. United States Central Standard Time is when we kick off that show. So most of the movie actually ends up being shown Sunday morning, early Sunday morning. Monday, we're back to playing Metroid Other M, working our way through that monstrosity. Lowest rated, least favorite Metroid game of all time. Hopefully we continue making good progress on that so we can get through it quickly, so we can get on to better games. I want to be playing the 2D story arc for Metroid and the Metroid Prime chapters in that franchise pretty soon. So hopefully we get through that one quickly. Tuesday, another podcast, hopefully. Wednesday, hopefully another coding session in Python. I'm looking forward to finishing the GUI for our Python project. I know I keep missing Wednesdays because of various reasons. Hopefully we will not have another missed session this week. Because I really want to get done with that. I really do. Thursday, another Metroid Other M playthrough. Hopefully more progress there. I'd love to say we're finishing it up by Thursday, but, I mean, come on. We probably have at least another week to go on that. Friday, like I said, we'll be back to this. We will finish up the Korok seed hunting in this region, probably move on to this region and the desert. We don't have a lot left. We have less than 200 to go. We're at 133, which is just a bit more than what we're able to mark out. So probably 2 more Fridays of this Korok seed hunting, at least. And then, like I said, we'll have at least one session where we're just messing around, exploring what we can break as far as physics go, what kind of glitches we can exploit, and I may do a session in master mode just to see how hard that is. I'm not going to do a full playthrough, not yet. I want to move on to some other games. We may come back to this to do master mode as a full playthrough someday. But for now, that's all we have left in this one. Just that little bit, and we're done. Anyway, I do thank you all for watching. I hope you all had a wonderful day. I know my day's been going quite well. I have some fun stuff to play with when I get back with my boy. You all have yourselves a wonderful day, and we'll see you next time.